hopefully they'll be able to put something in on the other side of the course to go and see.
Yeah, it seems a little weird that they did that.
All the runway expansion, they would move Lumley Road eventually.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. That end's going to be interesting when they start. Guys, good afternoon, happy Saturday, happy Easter Eve here from RDU. Hopefully everyone is enjoying their holiday weekend so far. We got a Delta 717 to depart first, and as far as the exec jets go, I'm not exactly sure why they're here, but we do have a new Pacific arriving a little later on today in the show. I'm assuming picking up one of the many sports teams here in the area or dropping someone off. There goes our 717 back to Detroit, if I'm not mistaken. Don't have any arrivals right now until the American 777 arrives in just 20 minutes. Had a lot of departures here right before I started the show. Was still setting up, had quite a few head out. If you guys are following along on Flight Radar, you can see where all of those departures are. And again, 20 minutes now for American Airlines at 173 heavy coming in from London Heathrow, followed by Lufthansa DLH 408 coming in from Frankfurt, that one arriving in 23 minutes. So they're following each other quite closely today. So I'm excited to see Lufthansa. We haven't had Lufthansa on the show in quite some time, you guys. Yeah, Lynn, it is kind of breezy today. It's not terribly windy, but it is breezy, which is good for me since the high is supposed to be about 85 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be another warm day here at the airport. So again, welcome in everybody. Should be a fairly good show today. As many of you know, if you guys have been following the show long enough to know, you guys know we don't do too many Saturdays. So we're back to doing a Saturday. We'll see how traffic is today. And maybe we continue to do Saturdays every now and then. But Saturdays are not typically one of my favorite days. But it is the only day we get Lufthansa though. So if you guys are looking forward to Lufthansa, we definitely have it. So we got this A321 headed back to Charlotte. Sounding fantastic. And yes, Corby did come and say hello. Thank you for stopping by, you guys. Always enjoy when you guys stop by, say hello. So thank you guys so much for stopping by. Apologies for all the wiring in my way. So I would have come over and shaken hands, but it was good that you guys did come and say hello. Had a little conversation there. So it is, like I said, it is a little windy, and it looks like it is blowing right across the airport here. As you can see by the flags there. The flags not standing completely straight out. Let's see what the windsock has to say. Yeah, the windsock's holding out about 15 knots there, so we'll see how today goes with the wind. Maybe we'll get some good sideways landings today. We do have Miss Ramona hanging out with us once again. Got her a mic set up for whenever she wants to pop on here. So when you do this one, you hold it, you can move away from it. And you don't have to talk loud. You can talk, it takes everything out of it. So whenever you're ready, all I gotta do is hit the button.
Oh, all right, cool, thanks.
Hey, Raina Taylor. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. All right, you can see, here we go, the cargo handler's getting ready for the American 777 and Lufthansa. So we're gonna start today's show with two heavies, back-to-back arrivals. Here in just a couple of minutes. Oh, my phone locked me out. All right, let's see, where are they? That American is now 15 minutes out. That's American Airlines at 173 heavy from London, followed closely by DLH, which is Lufthansa 408 coming from Frankfurt. So it's going to be the A330. Unfortunately, they won't. When we had the A350 and the 777, of course, now we have two 777s between American and Air France. They're fighting over the one gate because they don't fit. So Lufthansa brings the A330 so it can fit on the corner gate right here, as opposed to them three major planes fighting over the same gate. So you'll see later on in the show, you'll see American Airlines, that 777 will back out and move to the opposite end of the terminal so they can load their passengers down on the D gates down there. But they all have to unload right here on this corner. So you'll see that first. Lufthansa will stay where they're at today until their departure. Struggling with the tripod today. Give me a second. Another great sound and departure for another A321. Did we have back-to-back Charlotte departures? So that last one we saw was not this one, but the last one was American Airlines 2688 headed to Charlotte. This one right here is American 1895, also headed to Charlotte. So 2 A321s on their way down to the Queen City. As we got a Delta hiding in the trees over there. So I know a couple of ramp agents that work here. I've got a friend of the channel that is also on the Facebook group. He works for Avelo. You guys may have seen him in here, Devin. He's in and out. He watches more in stealth mode, and he's always working. And then of course we have Captain Carolina, who we catch on the show at least once a week, down here working Air Canada, Copa, and Aeromexico. Don't know if Captain Carolina is here today. I know he wasn't here on Wednesday, so we'll see if he'll be here today. Hey, Scott. Welcome to the show, my friend. Raina Taylor, let's see. Thank you, Raina, for the membership. Greatly appreciate that. Been a member for 2 months. So thank you, Raina. Glad you guys enjoy the show. Pretty big day on Wednesday. We rolled over 4,900, so we're at 4,907 today. We're hoping by the end of the month to be at 5,000. So we got one more. We've got 2 more episodes of the show before we reach that. We'll be here Wednesday and next Sunday. We'll go back to our normal Sunday schedule next week. Today again is a little bit different. We're here due to Easter, so we decided to do Saturday. Plus, I figured it'd be a good opportunity again to bring you guys Lufthansa, some of that LUFTY action that we don't normally get to see. Speaking of LUFTY, so American is now 10 minutes out in that 777. Lufthansa in that A330. That one's now 16 minutes out. So they've slowed down by about 3 minutes. They were 3 minutes apart. Now they've given themselves a little bit more of a leeway. As we check out Delta hiding between the trees there, we got another Delta E175 slinking through the taxiways here, headed out to the end of the runway. Nobody's in a hurry so far today. Again, we had a lot of departures before we got on air, so Bob Smith, good afternoon. Bob coming to us from the UK. Let's see, did ATC ever start working? It's on here. Volume's up. It's not muted, we'll see. There isn't a whole lot of traffic, so ATC could be working, and we don't know it because there's nothing going on at the moment. But that's all about to change. Got a couple little ones flying around, doing some flight academy, flight school training. That one will slide off the runway. You got one. Another little one headed to the runway. And we're about to have that Delta 737 get a move on here. It's not on flight radar yet to give you guys that information. Who's gonna go first, the little guy or the 737? 737's already on the move. Oh, that's right. Scott headed out next weekend. We'll see if we're out here on Saturday. No, next Saturday I'll be working. So next Saturday is my day to work, unfortunately. Now we got another one already. Another little one headed out there to the end of the runway. Where are they moving jetways? But we also have another Delta, that E-175. It's a little guy here getting a move on. So that E-175 getting a move on now. Joe, good afternoon. Oh yeah, no worries. There we go, we got another Delta 717. Getting ready to head out for departure. A lot of Deltas so far today. So that first Delta, that 737, that's Delta 2052, headed to Atlanta, Georgia on a 737-9GP. Followed by that E-175, that one's headed back to Boston. That's Republic Airways 5785. That's a weird one for Boston. Normally it's the A220. And I have a feeling this one right here is going to go back to Detroit. Did we have a Detroit departure earlier? There's our two from Charlotte already almost there. Yeah, so Delta to Minneapolis was the other one about 17 minutes ago. So this one right here is going to go to Detroit, I believe. So yeah, I'm unfamiliar with Saturdays. Not here on Saturdays. So the planes and flights are a little bit different on Saturday. What's up, Molly? Good afternoon. You're just in time for our back-to-back heavy arrival between American and LUFTY. That American 173 Heavy, 2 minutes away. Don't know if we'll be able to see it very well. Coming behind. It seems like the atmosphere is a little hazier today than normal. I don't see it off in the distance out there yet. Still hiding behind the tower, I'm sure. About to hear them gain their clearance though, I think. He made the call. Visual 12 miles out for the American. Yeah, the ATC here at RDU is not very good, so I apologize for that, but you are hearing ATC from the airport. And there's our 777 from London. So I'm able to give you guys some ATC. Granted, it's always staticky, even when you have the actual radio. So I stream it via Bluetooth, via ATC Live, and it is about 10 seconds behind, but it's always so scratchy like that. There's always a lot of static in the ATC. And of course we got an E175 just below us starting up. It's always when we have the heavies, and I want you guys to be able to hear the heavies. Whoops. But we do have that Delta 717 about to get out of here. So the 777 stopping short here. No need to go down any further. Making short action of the runway today. Hopefully Lufthansa does the same thing and we get another great shot of that. I think the American 777 is going to sit there and wait possibly for this United E175 just below us that you guys hear. I don't understand why we got a United E175 over here anyway, but as you guys can hear, it is on the move. Trying to make its way out of the alley there. Hitting the 777, I'll have to kind of switch positions. So Lufthansa is next in that A330 from Frankfurt. It's an A330-300. That's DLH 408, the call sign there for LUFTY. So again, LUFTY in just 2 minutes. And that 717 we watched depart, that one is headed to Detroit. So now our 777 will make that turn.
Good day, 94 Juliet.
You guys heard Lufthansa 408 clear to land 23 right. So here we go. Lufthansa from Frankfurt, our next arrival on that A330-300. It's going to be an elegant touchdown. I swear the A330s touch down more elegantly than any of the other ones, in my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of the A330s, just there's something about the way they look. If you guys have followed along with this show, I'm not a huge fan of the A330s, but I do like the way they touch down. It is usually really soft and elegant looking, in my opinion. Look at him struggling with the wind. It's like he turned directions on us. It is kind of a windy day here. It's not terrible, but it is a bit breezy. Looking at the windsock, it's about 15 knots. Slight crosswind coming out of the east. Happy Saturday, Matt Man. Hope you are doing well. So we're trying to reach, we're going to try to reach our goal of 250 250 likes today. Hopefully we make it there by the end of the day. Don't know how long we're going to be here. Obviously we're going to stay for the departure of Lufthansa, and definitely the departure of both of our 777s, because we do have Air France today. So I think they did finally start their summertime schedule. They're coming every day, or at least 5 days a week. Robbie, happy Saturday. Again, thank you guys for joining us. I know it's a little bit different, our schedule this week, due to the Easter holiday. Look at all the chaos that's happening down here around these two. So I was watching all these, you can see the cargo boxes there, the containers. Watched all of those come in from like down towards UPS and FedEx a moment ago. It just looked absolutely chaotic over here for a minute. Them scrambling, trying to get everything in order. So you guys just joining us, or just joining us in time, we've got Lufthansa. Gonna round the corner here in just a minute. We're gonna capture United's departure here. It's E175. I believe this is gonna be another Mesa headed back to Washington Dulles. Nice early rotation for that E175. No see, Lufty. Long time no see. Thank you, Molly. California 1 scheduled to arrive at 2:55. Thank you for that update. next arrival, an American Eagle E175. I'll have to give you guys the flight info here in just a moment. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the arrival of Lufthansa and the American. This one here going to take its time as well. Getting off the runway. No need to use all the runway. I guess there's enough of a headwind that they don't have to use too much today. So we'll have that one back here in a minute. Thank you, Mattman. Mattman says this one's coming from his town, Chicago. Yeah, it's already gone off flight radar. We do have... Hey, look at this. We got a United Express CRJ 550 arriving in just a minute. This one's operated by GoJet. GoJet 4428 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Dulles. This is going to be a rare one here at the airport. We don't typically see United in their CRJs. Not to mention the fact that it is a 550. Can't remember the last time I saw anything smaller than a 700. So here comes American Eagle. We got a Southwest on the move, headed out. We've also got an Avello and an American up next for arrivals in just a few minutes. Norbert, good afternoon. Zoe, good afternoon.
Contact departure 902 Foxtrot Golf. Good day.
So we got Miss Ramona with us again.
Hey everyone.
She drove up from Wilmington this morning to hang out with us. So that CRJ 550 right there, that is GoJet. That one coming in from Washington Dulles. We've got an American, who is this? So this is a Velo. VXP 699, this one coming in from Montego Bay. So this is one of our Velo international flights right here. Don't know where they're going to go though. I guess I could go over to the front side of Terminal 2 there. No, it's hard to read it, isn't it? Yeah, it's the price in the summertime. It's the sunlight. So we got 2 hours and 40 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. Again, this one coming in from Montego Bay. Been trying to work on the tripod here. It's a little touchy today for some reason. That or I'm just really off my game today. Saturday. Not used to being out here on Saturday. It might have, Kevin. I don't know if it does or not. We'll see here in a minute where they go. I would think, because the only spot for customs is on this side. They're around American and Lufthansa. I think there's another international gate over on the other side that runs through customs. So we'll see where this one goes. I definitely don't think it's going to go to Terminal 1 side, to where they're normally at. So this will be my first time catching the Montego Bay flight. We don't have Copa today. We do have Aeromexico a little later on in the show. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines coming in from Charlotte. This is going to be American Airlines 2023 on A321-300 from Charlotte. Yeah, I think they're going to go to Terminal 2. If I'm not mistaken, I think they need to have a customs gate. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Montego Bay could be one of those pre-checks where you don't need one. But I would honestly think that a Velo would be going to Terminal 1 side. Possibly not. I'll have to ask a friend of mine here at the airport later about that. As we check out American at 2023 from Charlotte. Is that A320-200? A321-200, sorry. Yeah, so Avelo did go to one of the customs gates over there. On Terminal 2, there you go, there's the tail of Avelo. Going to one of those customs gates. So again, a little later on, we'll have Aeromexico as well. That one's not going to leave until 5. Our next arrival is going to be Delta. Actually, it's going to be a Delta connection E175. That's going to be operated by Republic Airways 5826 from JFK. So that one will be our next arrival. And in case you missed it, we do have LUFTY already here, getting all their services done. And we'll have Air France a little later on as well. So here we go, Republic Airways 5826. Coming in from JFK, New York. Ooh, good question. I have no idea. Dang, this is gonna come up short as well. So though the 777 came in right before Lufthansa, about 6 minutes before Lufthansa. We do have the Air France 777 arrival at 4:09 p.m. today. So that's another one we've got to look forward to. No, Josh, I was at home last night. Taking a little time to relax before all of today's festivities and tomorrow's festivities. Probably go home and relax after this show some more. Got another long and busy day tomorrow with Easter. So there we go. Next arrival is going to be Southwest. I think, where'd he go? Or was that one? No, that's that one that departed. They're crossing paths here. Next arrival looks like it's going to be Republic Airways 4459 from LaGuardia. 1 hour 10 minutes flight time for the E175 LR. It's going to be another American Eagle arrival. So there you go, Lufthansa. As I make a quick adjustment there to make sure everything doesn't get blown out too much. That's going to be followed by United Airlines 2653 coming in from Chicago, 1 hour and 27 minutes of flight time. That one's going to arrive in 6 minutes. That's an A319. So we got a couple out there ready for arrival. So 33B, I'll probably be here at least until the Air France 777 departure and the American 777 departure. They depart around the same time, around 6 p.m. So I'll be here at least until then. We'll see what we got going on after their departures. And then we'll see how it goes after that. Again, today's not a normal day. Today, you know, us doing a Saturday is not our normal schedule. And you guys are about to find out why we don't do Saturdays today. It's already too slow, in my opinion. Hopefully you guys are enjoying what you're seeing so far, though. But it is typically a very slow day at the airport. That's why we stay away from Saturdays. But nonetheless, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. You know, I don't know why Southwest don't have one from Montego Bay. What did I do with my water? There it is. Now there's plenty of places to park, though. Is there any good plane spotting locations in Asheville? You know, honestly, I haven't been to Asheville Airport in so many years. I know they've made some construction changes. I honestly don't know. It's been 10, 15 years since I've been to Asheville Airport. So I have no idea. There's a flight attendant on the Frontier flight arriving at 15:45. Well, nice. Well, we should be here that late. Of course, both of our big boys don't depart until around 6 p.m. So we're definitely staying for those. Yeah, there we go. See, Molly giving us the bad numbers there. 154 departures and 156 arrivals. It's like this every Saturday. Doesn't matter if it's summertime, wintertime. Saturdays typically are not the day to be here. But our Republic Airways 4459 from LaGuardia, from LaGuardia, now 1 minute away. That is the E175 LR. Not your fault, Molly. You've been with me long enough to know you know Saturdays. So there we go. That Republic from LaGuardia. Looks like the planes are having a nice leisure Sunday. Thank you for letting me know, Zoe. Alright, we got full service on the 5G here. Come on. Sorry, I'm monitoring service problems here, so bear with me. Anytime the temperatures rise above 80 degrees, we typically have problems with service, unfortunately. So Ramona is still hanging out with us, though. She's up here. She went over to her truck. So bear with me. Looks like we're having a little bit of a up and down moment here. If it doesn't stabilize, I'll fix it in just a minute. 76 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button. Wondering if we've lost all 5G connection here, so give me just a second. I'm going to switch over to the cell phone. The problem with switching over to the cell phone is we won't be able to give you guys flight information. I'm trying to cool off the Wi-Fi hotspot here. It says it's fine. Let's make a quick change here to some of the settings. It's not going to look as good, but maybe it'll stop skipping on us here really fast. So starting to lose everybody here. I hate this thing. Ugh.
Good afternoon, Delta 126.
Yeah, looks like it's kind of stabilized there for a minute. I'll try to turn the quality back up here in just a minute. But for right now, I got to turn it down. I don't know if it's the heat on their system or if it's my hotspot got too warm or is continuing to be too warm. Doesn't even seem like it's charging, to be honest. See what it does now. So give me just a minute here while we watch this and monitor it. Thank y'all. I don't have any more arrivals for a moment anyway. So this couldn't have been at a better time. We do have Delta 2026 coming in from Atlanta. That one is 737-900. Arriving now in just 3 minutes. Here while I sort all this out, give me just a minute. Hey, John Southwell. Good afternoon. Thank you for popping in. Again, I'm working on battery issues as well. Not battery issues, but I'm working on Wi-Fi signal. It looks like it's holding steady. It is lower than we want it to be, but it is holding steady, it looks like. Just trying to cool down the unit here. Guess the charger doesn't matter which thing we use. It's not charging any faster. On that other one. So I'm trying to keep it in the shade and in the breeze. Alright, John, we'll see you later. Thank you for popping in. Again, we don't have anything here for the next couple of minutes. Got that Delta 2026 coming in from Atlanta here in 1 minute now. Again, that's another 737-900. Miss Ramona bringing us some goodies. Again, thank you, Ramona. Bringing in the Biscoffs. So I'm definitely going to be enjoying some more of these. Thank you so much, as always, Ramona. Do love some Viscos. Alright, so there's our next arrival again. That is Delta 2026 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. 58 minutes of flight time so far for that one. So about an hour's worth of arrival. Original Jazzy Girl, what's up? See this, I'm battling the wind just a little bit. It is breezy out here. So there we go, our 737-900 touching down.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to say a quick hello to everyone who just joined. And enjoy the Viscos, everyone. Hey there, Will. Hey there, Jazzy Girl. How you doing? Hey, Zoe. Zoe. Hey, Vince. Hey, everyone. Good to see y'all.
I know, it's so hard to see the computer screen, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey.
Oh, here we go. Vince, that's exactly what my wife said. It's just a fancy graham cracker. It was the same exact thing she said. They got a little more spice to them than a graham cracker.
A little more cinnamon-y.
Yeah.
Cinnamon-y.
Say that 3 times fast.
There you go. Enjoy, everyone.
That actually sounds a lot better than I thought it was going to. I had to make one quick adjustment to it. I even adjusted mine today too. Just didn't sound right. So I was like, let me make another adjustment. Now it sounds a lot better to me. Hopefully you guys are hearing us all well, of course. Not sure what that Delta's doing, but he looks a little lost. And the breeze is picking back up. Let's go over to the trusty windsock here. Oh, wrong way. I'm so blind right now. So there it is. I couldn't see it because it's part of that sign right there. The sign is just behind it. As you can see, we're at about 10 to 15 knot winds here today coming across the airfield. I think it's going to stay that way for most of the day from what I saw on the Windy app. It's gonna blow all of our stuff around. It's already working on it. So there you go. Windsock stuck out there pretty good. The flags are blowing straight up the airfield now as opposed to across it. So hopefully that's a good sign for later on in the day. If it gets busier here today, I don't know how much busier it's going to be, unfortunately. Looks like our next arrival is going to be SkyWest 3800. This is going to be a SkyWest charter. So I'm coming in from South Bend. And this is going to be a CRJ 200 LR. That one arriving in just 8 minutes now. Hopefully our service issues have bit the dust and gone away. That's going to be followed by Southwest coming in from Dallas. Lowe's Field. Southwest 2390. Another 15 minutes or so. And we do have California 1 on the way. So California 1 will be arriving in just 30 minutes now, coming in from BWE. If you guys want to follow along with that one's Southwest 711. Again, that 800 coming in from BWE. 26 minutes away. We're going to have a whole line of arrivals here just after that, it looks like. We do also have Raven, which is New Pacific, in that 757-200 coming in from New York, coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That one's going to be arriving in 49 minutes. Got Frontier 3322. Why does that say 25 minutes? I swear that feels like it's closer. Feels like that Southwest is closer than 25 minutes away. But I guess it is at 22,000 feet, 410 knots. So hopefully the long pause will end once all these planes start coming in. Here in just a little bit. If it continues to be like this, I don't know that we're even going to make it to the departures of the 777s tonight. It's not looking good for us today, so I don't know. We'll see. I wish their cargo doors were on this side for Lufthansa so we could watch exactly what they're doing over there. I always find it fun to watch what they're doing. Offloading, what kind of cargo they're offloading, onloading, stuff like that. Unfortunately, it's hard to do with them turned the opposite way. Thank you, Zoe, for the update. 86 likes. Make sure if you guys haven't, smash the like button. Try to get you guys as many planes as possible today. We'll just see how it goes. Yes, it has, Molly. Yes, it has. See? Fully stocked. Full, fresh, brand new bag of Biscoffs. So Lurkers Lounge is ready to go for you guys. I feel like this American Eagle right here just got here. So here comes our CRJ 200. We've got a 550 and a 200 here today, something we don't normally see. This one's going to be followed up by a Southwest. Boy, he's nose down, isn't he? I don't know what the deal is with my camera today. Struggling to focus. This one is Go Jets. actually a SkyWest livery though. Don't know that I've actually seen an actual SkyWest livery in person. I think this will be the first time. That one's behind the trees here. Do something really fast. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Miss Brianna, gifting out 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. That is Miss Carolina there. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the 5 of you who received those memberships. Wednesday was a record-breaking day, I believe. We had 61 gifted memberships. You guys did an absolutely amazing job on Wednesday. Thank you, Pip, for stopping in. Thank you for saying hello. Got your favorite aircraft right here, CRJ200 from SkyWest. So we're about to have Southwest Airlines coming in from, we've got 2 of them here. So this one right here that we're about to see is Southwest 2390 coming in from Dallas Loves Field. 2 hours and 5 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. That's going to be followed by a California 1 coming in from Baltimore. That one's Southwest 711, I believe. So we'll have California 1 arriving in just a few minutes here, shortly after this one. I thought you loved the 200. We also got a 550, by the way, from United. Nice touchdown from the 700. Still got those exec jets over there, the bigger ones. So let's see here. California 1 due in just 6 minutes. So that one there will give you a little preview of the kind of shot we're going to get unless they come in at 2-3 right, which I don't believe they will. I think they'll stay 2-3 left. And there's that American Eagle we saw the jetway pull back from a moment ago. That one on the push. Getting ready to start engines here. Just below us. Hopefully these two Southwest will start the parade. We've got 3 Americans, 1 Delta, and 1 United, all within a couple of minutes. Then we have that Raven, which is New Pacific in that 757. And we also have Aeromexico Connect from Mexico City. That one arriving in 30 minutes. That seems closer than 30 minutes to me. Israel, good afternoon. So again, good afternoon, everybody. We had some issues at the beginning of the show, so thank you guys for hanging in there with us. We're gonna try to go to at least 6:30, maybe 7. Thank you, Pip. Happy Easter. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy tomorrow as well. Still working hard on LUFTY. Again, LUFTY's not due out until around the 4 p.m. hour. 4:30, I think, somewhere around in there. Thank you, Matt, man. Now this one headed back to your town. I think this is the one that came in from Chicago. In fact. little too soon for Southwest in California 1 livery. So this one's at 41 minutes of flight time. It's going to be about 43 minutes by the time California 1 touches down here on 23 left. I can't even see it on the screen, so maybe you guys can see it. It's still a good ways out there. Got this guy. I don't know if you guys hear that or not. This guy's flying. This is Molly's favorite part right here, the little tugs. There's all the cargo from Lufthansa. I don't know if that came off or if that's going on. I know they're shipping and moving some things around over there for LUFTY. Maybe now we can see California 1. Thank you, Tammy. Happy Easter to you as well. California 1 rocking back and forth with the winds. Getting the winds out of the southeast today. Appears to be at about 10 to 15 knots. Shot there of California 1. And our American Eagle back to Chicago is out on 23 right, ready for departure. Quick adjustment to the camera here. Let's take a quick look here at flight radar at our next arrival. We've got several coming in from the northwest. Got a whole line coming in. Looks like our next arrival is going to be an American Eagle operated by Republic Airways, Republic 4624. This one coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan there in downtown D.C. right on the river. 38 minutes of flight time for this E175 LR. It's going to be followed by another American Eagle, Republic 4567, coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Delta from Nashville, so those two raced from Nashville all the way here. And then United from Denver. 2269. So that American Eagle we just watched, that's Envoy Air 3393, headed to Chicago O'Hare, headed up to our friend Matt Man there.
Right. 22 direct, clear to land for breakout 4624.
So there you go. Republic Airways 4624 cleared to land. Still hiding behind the tower there. Thomas, good afternoon. You know, I don't know, Zoe. I haven't heard from Captain Carolina. Maybe he's working today. Maybe he's at home. Not sure. Titus, good afternoon. It is a nice day today. Lovely Saturday. It's supposed to be just as nice tomorrow for Easter for us, thank goodness. Going to be a good day to get all the kiddos out to do their Easter egg hunt. No worries, Tammy. Maybe you'll be gifted a membership. We had 60 gifted on Wednesday. I've got more to gift. Not this Sunday, not today, obviously, and not next Sunday, but I think the following Sunday. Or maybe it is this Sunday. I'll have to look at the calendar again. Yeah, next Sunday. We'll be gifting out 5 more Carolina Aviation memberships. Yep, make sure you got membership gifting turned on if you guys are interested in getting gifted memberships. And I'm struggling with the camera today. So another one not going to use nowhere near as much runway. As a matter of fact, this one touching down and almost stopping already. Strong enough headwind, they don't need a whole lot of braking power. So you go. Our next brickyard cleared to land. You guys heard it there on ATC. Alan Lee, good afternoon. Almost evening for you there. Well, I guess it is. 7:44. For Alan there. Yeah, so the grandparents, when we do Easter egg hunts, the grandparents will hide money in the eggs and other things for the kiddos to find. Money, candy, all kinds of stuff in our Easter eggs. I don't know that. I think we did decide we were going to do an Easter egg hunt tomorrow afternoon. We got a whole big family spread tomorrow, as we normally do on Easter. So the next American Eagle's coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, Music City. Yeah, they'll put, I think, up to $20 in certain eggs, if I'm not mistaken. Mostly just change. Dollar bills, a couple of fives. I think Miss Carolina got some big Easter eggs for some stuff. Like really big Easter eggs. I think big enough to fit a shirt in, I think. I don't know. I'd have to ask her again. Because I know one of our Easter gifts is a shirt. Yeah, that's one of the other reasons. Oh, I won't be here tomorrow. We have church in the morning and then the afternoon. Otherwise, I would have done an early morning show tomorrow. But yep, we'll be in church and then hanging out with the family the rest of the day. So this American Eagle right here, again coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, that's going to be followed by a Delta Connection, also coming in from Music City, Tennessee. This one's going to be Endeavor 5114. Can't talk. CRJ 900. And there's an A321 getting ready to head back to Charlotte. So now we have two E175s waiting for the alleyway here. I'm not sure which one of them has to be in here first. You can see the cargo train there for Lufthansa. What is that, four containers? Yeah, I'm struggling with my words today. Alright, a Delta CRJ from Nashville, Tennessee. So those two racing from Nashville. Lenny S., good afternoon. There you go, both of those E175s making their way in the alley. I don't think I'm done sneezing yet. It's probably the fourth time I've sneezed since I got here today. Ugh. My allergies today are off the chain for whatever reason. So there you go. This is the one from Nashville, passing the one from DC. Colin Dutton, good evening to you. Ramona gifting out 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. Thank you so much, Ramona. Ramona up here hanging out with us again today. Congratulations to those of you that were gifted a membership. See, I really wish this showed me who got gifted. So you see, you sent it and then it doesn't populate who. Our next arrival is United from Denver on a 737. Ooh, gonna lay it over there kind of heavy on that left side. Good, so that's 10 gifted memberships today, so congratulations to the 10 of you guys who were gifted. Flight level 77 was one of those. Ralph Jackson. Sarah. I don't know. Words are way too hard for me today. So anyway, congratulations to you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out in Lurkers Lounge as well. Feel free to say hi if you guys haven't. So again, 10 memberships today. And there's that other American Eagle. That's what this one's waiting on. So you got the one from Ronald Reagan waiting for this one to push back. What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock. We should have the 777 move here, I'd say in about 30 minutes or so. It's going to move over to the D gates. It won't be too long before Air France. Air France arriving around 4:09 p.m. this afternoon. So we got all of our big heavies today. Aeromexico landing here shortly. Avelo's already done. That one coming in from Montego Bay earlier. Looks like they're on the move. Says the A321's headed to Charlotte. If I had to guess, I'll give you that flight information on this one in just a moment. As soon as it leaves. Is about to pop out from behind the 777 there. Oh, nope, they offloaded. And now they're towing the Avello up the hill here. It looks like they're going to tow it over to Terminal 1. Hey, Colin Dutton, by the way, I did try to get Molly to come out here today. She shot me down. Actually, she said she didn't know. Sorry, Molly. I'm snitching on you. It was good to have Molly here on the show once again, and of course we got Ramona here. If you guys are just joining us, Ramona's hanging out, grabbing content for her channel as well as her Instagram and her Facebook. So if you guys don't follow Ramona Aviation, please do so. She's also brought me a little present, which I greatly enjoy. Ramona bringing us the Biscoffs. So a huge shout out to Ramona over here for bringing us the goods. So a Avello up the hill, up to Terminal 1 there. Aeromexico is getting close. NetJets is going to be our next arrival. This one's going to be coming in on a Cessna Citation Sovereign. So this one coming in from St. Martin's. We also have New Pacific arriving in that 757 here shortly. As a matter of fact, Raven is the call sign. Raven 8732 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. 1 hour and 1 minute of flight time for that 737-200. That one arriving now in just 5 minutes. Aviation Edits, good afternoon. Got our Cessna coming in from St. Martin. Over here on to 3 left. Goes finally touching down. I thought he had it the first time. Looks like he pulled up on it there a little bit. So we got a couple of E-175s on the move. American Eagle finally getting a move on there, as well as a Delta Connection. You'll see that at the top of your screen here momentarily. Oh, see, that's what I thought, Aviation Edits. I figured it was a sports charter today. It's usually the only reason we get the New Pacific. And there we go. We'll get those two changing positions there. Thank you, Molly, for the update. 104 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Really like this Avello heading up the hill. I think Avello's got to be one of my favorite liveries, that purple and that white. With that splash of yellow and blue mixed in on the tail. It looks good in my opinion. Finally, the DC flight can head to the gate for Republic Airways.
Raleigh Tower, red flight 732, 3 right. Red flight 732, Raleigh Tower, runway 23, right, 39, 123,
Oh, they've stopped a velo on the hill here.
Put a land, 23 right, red flight 732.
So let's go over here and see what they're doing with a velo. As well as we have our St. Martin's arrival, taxiing over to the general aviation side of things. I think that's what a velo was waiting on. There they go, yeah. So it looks like New Pacific's going to come in on 23 right. I thought they were going to come in 23 left, but it definitely looks like 23 right for this 757-200. Again, New Pacific from Newark, New Jersey, chartering a sports team. Fire truck heading downstairs, as well as heading to the upper deck side of the terminal here.
Runway 23 right. continue open, set up 430. Charlie, 0.9, right flight.
And there we go. I'm gonna mute. You guys enjoy the 777 as well. Told you guys it wouldn't be too long. 3:05 for that one. Air France is just a little bit out, about an hour or so. We do have Aeromexico 4:30 coming in from Mexico City. 3 hours and 28 minutes of flight time for that E190. That one arriving in just, well, right now. Enjoy.
Continue 23 right, 452 left.
So if you guys are new to the show, the American 777 is headed over to the D gates for loading. a little later on this afternoon.
Get up. That's 23 right. Our next taxiway, ground 19, to mine.
There you go, we can watch the team hop off the bus. Jersey Devils hockey team. Thank you, Scott, for that information. So they're going to hop off of New Pacific here. You can see they've got the buses out there ready for them. Going to start unloading their cargo as well. Do have one about to be ready for departure here. Looks like a Delta E175. No, 737. I missed it in passing a moment ago. Had a Beach King Air touchdown, looks like a moment ago, over here on this side. I think that's what that is. Yep, Zoe Ramona's hanging out, snagging all the snagging videos and photos for you guys over on her channel.
50 left to land, thank you.
So there you go, the Jersey Devils deboarding over there. You can see they're putting all of their gear in that box truck there on the right of your screen. So that Delta connection E175 we saw depart just now. That one is Republic Airways 5828. That is headed to Mickey Mouse Town, headed to Orlando, Florida. United there headed to, that's United at 2359, headed to Newark, New Jersey. That one was an A319-100. Thank you, Molly, for putting up the flight information there in the chat. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2058 coming in from Charlotte, another A321-200. This one arriving now in 5 minutes. It is on the downwind, about to make those hard right-hand turns so they can be on a final. We got Frontier coming in here in just 10 minutes. Coming from Philadelphia, I believe. Frontier 2059 coming in from Philadelphia. That one's arriving in 15 minutes. Davis the Mexican spotted something. I hate how it cuts it off. But we got the Jersey Devils unloading this 75, or leaving this 757 from New Pacific. This one's supposed to depart around 4:15, 4:30. Drop them off and go do something else. Just had Delta in that 737 part. I completely missed it because I was looking at flight radar, looking at other things here on flight radar. I think that one's headed back to Atlanta though. If it'll pop up here on flight radar, I'll give you that information. There it is, finally. Yep, that was Delta 2026 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. 737-900. As you see the team leaving there on their buses. All of their equipment will head over to the Lenovo Center. No. Yeah. There so they can get ready for their game tomorrow. I wonder how much gear they bring. Like obviously, I see a lot of things coming off the plane and going right into that truck. But I wonder what all that entails. And you did hear bells. We do have one American Eagle about to push back. Looks like Lufthansa's getting fairly close to being finished with their baggage and stuff.
American 158 is on the visual approach runway 20. contact Mark Delta. Fox Delta 2026, American 2058, round down, make 2X, clear to land. Clear to land, American 2058.
All right, our next arrival is American 2058 coming in from Charlotte. Another A321. There they are. Alright. Sorry, American from Charlotte. We'll see some more of you later. Where'd you go? One of our big exec jets that was hanging out over there. On the move. I like this livery. I think I would like it better if it were a different color. Maybe blue. Maybe green. Black still looks really good though. Just regular clouds. It's not forecasted to rain today, so we're not too worried about any weather today. It is warm, 83 degrees according to the computer. Fairly strong winds today. As American at 2026 or 2058 from Charlotte touches down. I'll stick with this exec jet though. And as you guys can see in here, we got American Eagle pushed back, ready to go. Big gusts of wind. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera. Pretty good size gusts of wind. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Southwest 3662 coming in from Atlanta, followed by our Frontier from Philadelphia. Lufthansa is getting buttoned up and ready to go. You can see they've moved all the cargo handlers. They're out there doing their inspection, as you can see, doing their walk around. So it looks like our wing walkers are getting ready. Possibly. So that's a good sign that we'll have the departure of Lufthansa in just a moment. Yep, there they go. Pulling the wheel chocks out of the way, it looks like. So it looks like LUFTY is just about ready to go. Yep, they've moved the jet way away from it. There she goes. Enjoy the A330. No, so Captain Carolina doesn't work Lufthansa. for sending everybody our way. Gonna do our turn it up moment here for the Lufthansa A330. Thank you guys for stopping in. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Greatly appreciate you guys being here. We've got a Frontier on arrival. We're just enjoying the sounds of this A330. So you guys saw California 1 there from Southwest Airlines. Air Canada also making their way in. 33B, his wife, girlfriend on board that Philadelphia flight. We wanted to make sure we focused on that Frontier flight. Glad they made a nice, safe touchdown there. They'll be departing a little later on. Looks like we've got Breeze, Southwest, and Delta up on final. We've got a lot of planes coming in now. Finally, we're going to get busy this afternoon. Probably should have started this show at 3 o'clock as opposed to starting at 1. As Lufthansa gets ready to head back to Frankfurt. Saw that one land earlier in the day. Air Canada trying to steal the show here. And the CRJ 900. Got to give our Air Canada some love. So welcome in, you guys, from Nelia's show. Thank you guys so much for stopping in and saying hello. So Air Canada from Toronto. Pedro, Bridget Klaus, good afternoon, good evening, you guys. As Air Canada makes their way into the gate already. And the small fire truck here lurking around. And here comes Breeze Airways. Touching down at 23 left. Their E190. So again, we got a lot of arrivals here in the next few minutes. Let's see. Looks like Southwest is going to be next. So Breeze is coming in from Windsor Locks. Southwest California 1, the one we saw leaving, that one's headed to Chicago. Midway, that's headed up to Matman. Our next arrival is going to be Southwest 1638 coming in from Las Vegas. This is going to be a 737 MAX 8. 3 hours and 52 minutes of flight time for the MAX. Arriving in just 1 minute. We also have Delta 1550 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia on a 737-900. Another one from Atlanta. Followed by Southwest from MCO. And then we have Delta coming in from Salt Lake City. So those are our next few arrivals. Next up, though, is going to be Las Vegas. Then, of course, Lufthansa back to Frankfurt here in the next couple of minutes. Here's our MAX from Vegas. Wonder how many winners are on this plane. Wonder if anybody struck it big in Vegas on this flight. All right, Frankfurt on the move. Enjoy. Perfect sounding departure there for that A330. Absolutely wonderful departure. Alright, so next arrival is going to be that Delta from Atlanta. No, Delta 2028 from Salt Lake City on another 737-900 ER. So we're going to have possible back-to-back 900 arrivals from Delta. One from Salt Lake City and one from Atlanta. Yeah. That's Atlanta. That's Salt Lake City. And we had New Pacific, if you guys are just joining us, we had New Pacific drop off the Jersey Devils hockey team a little while ago. That New Pacific 757 still sitting over there hanging out. That one's going to go out a little later on in the day. We still have the arrival of Air France now in less than 30 minutes. Actually, it's like more like 20 minutes now. Scheduled arrival time 4:09 p.m. here locally. So Air France less than probably 20 minutes away. Another Breeze E190 on the way out. Santa Claus, good afternoon. Oh, that may be the Breeze we just saw touch down a minute ago. I'm gonna go sit over there and wait for a gate, I assume. We haven't seen any Breeze other than this one all day long. So our next arrival is going to be that 737-900 from Atlanta. This is going to be Delta 1550. It's going to be another 737-900. You got a couple of them fighting over airspace out here. We've got an American coming in next. This is going to be Envoy Air 3490 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan. They're in downtown D.C. What is this exec jet? Slate Aviation, never heard of it. Coming in from Teterboro up there in New York. Ah, this one's a CRJ 100. Yeah, the CRJ 100. So we've had a mixture of all the CRJs. We've CRJ 100, 200, a 550. Now we just need the 700. We've had the 900s as normal. So a good variety of CRJs. If you enjoy the CRJs, today's definitely the day to see all the different variants. This one looks like it's more on the private sector. Slate Aviation, I don't know that I've ever heard of them. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen a 550 until today, if I'm honest. I've seen Air Canada CRJ 200, but we do have that SkyWest 200 here. That's 1550 from Delta lands. Where is that CRJ? It's still a good ways out there. There's here's our new Pacific from earlier. Looking good in that livery as always, looking like it's wearing sunglasses. I think the 550 is a little bit smaller than the 700s, but I could be wrong. It could be a seat layout, could be a different engine size. I honestly don't know too much about CRJs, honestly. But we're about to see that CRJ 100 here in just a second, as everybody is filing in now. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 arrivals here in the next, like, 3 minutes. They're all on a final. Here comes our 100. Dang, holding it nose down as long as possible there. I still don't know what the fire truck's up to. Alright, let's see. Who's our next arrival? It's going to be Envoy Air, I think. Coming in from DC, that's Envoy 3490. It's going to be followed by a couple of Southwest, it looks like. So here we go, American Eagle touching down now. We're going to have Southwest 23 right and 23 left coming in back to back behind each other. So they're going to split the difference. Right. For a Boeing bingo. Yeah, we definitely are. I don't know if we have a Memphis flight tonight or not. They typically leave around the same time as our 2 777s. Our American back to London, and of course Air France back to Paris. Speaking of which, so this one here, this is Southwest 1145 coming in from Orlando, Florida. 1 hour and 23 minutes of flight time for this 737. That's going to be followed by the other one. Where's that one coming in? Southwest 1422 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. So one coming in from Mickey Mouse Town and the other one coming in from Music City. Can't do this left-handed. I'm trying to do it left-handed and I can't. There goes our CRJ 100 from Teterboro. Now southwest from Music City. Next arrivals, Republic Airways 5760 coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. That's on a Delta Connection E175LR. Alright, let's check. Next arrival is going to be Mesa Airlines coming in from Houston. That's a United Express Ash 6240. That's going to be followed by Air France 692K. 8 hours and 16 minutes of flight time for the 777 at 200 ER. So that one arriving in 5 minutes. Still don't know what they're doing down there with the fire truck. Doesn't look like they're doing anything. Huh? Oh. So again, New Pacific should be getting ready to go soon. I think it's got a scheduled departure for 4:30-ish, somewhere around in there. So we're watching that one. As well as a couple others. So again, Air France, 5 minutes away. So we've gained some new friends today. We're up to 912. 49 at 12. We're on our way to 5K. So thank you guys for subscribing to the channel and smashing the like button. The like button helps us get seen, of course. Looks like we've got Frontier 3322, Mia the Dolphin livery, coming in from Miami here in just a couple of minutes as well. 5 minutes. That's an A320 Neo arriving in 5 minutes. However, it's been in the air for an hour and 40 minutes already. So Ash 6240 is our next arrival at Mesa Airlines from Houston. There goes the ambulance. I was wondering what the deal was going on there. So we got an ambulance entering the field. There's the ambulance down there with the fire trucks, or with the one fire truck. Airport ops as well down there. So our next arrival is going to be Air France, I believe. It's going to be a race between Air France. Yeah, Air France is going to win out over Mia the Dolphin there. Air France is followed by another United from Newark, New Jersey, from A319. Looks like we're about to have an American Eagle pushback, which is normal. Figures. It's like this every time. We're lucky that we got Lufthansa and all the noise from Lufthansa, because these E175s and CRJs tend to push back about the time we get all the good exciting stuff and make all kinds of noise and mess up our soundscape for our bigger planes, unfortunately. I believe our 777 from Paris is sporting the GE90s today. I don't think they're the big GE90s. Nonetheless, still the GEs. right, there she is. The 777 from Paris. Still wheels up. Seems kind of odd to me. The GE89s. Gonna leave the gear up for quite a while here, it looks like. There they go. So I am on top of the parking garage, far north end toward the tower there. So I'll get a really clear view of her leaving. So I should get a really good clear view of her as soon as she pulls away from the terminal there. So we'll definitely be waiting for that flight to depart. Alright guys, enjoy the 777.
Contact departure and thank you, Group Track 551. Raleigh Tower, good afternoon, United Aviation. 12 miles over, right? Okay, 6 kilo right there.
Air France could not have been any more quiet if it tried. It's got the reversers open, but no major sound coming from the 777. 33B Racing, thank you so much. Tell her we said thank you so very much for sharing. I had a pilot reach out to me yesterday, William. He said he was flying in yesterday. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be out here for him. Sadly. As Air France makes that turn onto the taxiway there. Alright, so Miss Ramona is going to head to her hotel.
Okay, everyone, I gotta roll. So nice seeing y'all here, and I'll talk to you later on. Peace.
See you, Ramona.
Bye.
Make sure you guys go check out Miss Ramona on Instagram, Facebook, and of course here on YouTube. A really good friend of ours, putting in the time and the effort, bringing you guys even more plane action from here. Got a Delta CRJ on the move. I completely missed it. Got a United on the way out. There's our Air France. Air France got to wait on that American Eagle to get a move on out of the alleyway here. Hopefully this one When they do make that turn, hopefully it will sound just as good as the American 777 and the A330 arriving earlier. And there's our A319 from Newark. From Jersey.
Raleigh Tower, any number Victor, Georgia, for 23 left. Elevated, Jimmy Victor, Raleigh Tower, 23 left, 240, Sure, any number Victor, Kirkland, 23 left.
Got Frontier 3322 from Miami. Mia the Dolphin on board. Ah, they're mowing grass. Mowing the taxiways. Good day to mow the grass. Next arrival is going to be a Delta 717. Delta 1407 coming in from Detroit. That one is a Boeing 717-200. 1 hour and 12 minutes of flight time for this one. This will be the third one I've seen today already. Should have been home mowing my grass today. Technically, I should have done it yesterday. I typically like to mow my lawn on Fridays, so I have the whole weekend to get other things done. So we'll see both of our 777 departures in another 2 hours or so. I think those are going to be our last departures of the day.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
So the Mad Dog there touching down. Looks like we got a United 737 getting ready to get out of here. What I need is some goats to eat my lawn.
Right, continue. Get 36 right. Tower 577, actually Whiskey, clear for the approach runway 23 left.
We're gonna lose this one. It's not rotating early enough. And we got New Pacific on the move. Beacons on for that 757. The 757 with the sunglasses on. Alright, Brigadier Klaus, good evening. Over here on 23 right, we've got Republic Airways 3643 about to touch down from Washington Dulles. Another E-175, 44 minutes of flight time for that one, but I want to stick with the New Pacific here.
Runway 23 right to Midland, let's get 36
It's not moving yet. And our E-175 is going to get off the runway right here up close. That United Express livery. Got an American A321 getting ready to head back to Charlotte there. Making their way out.
4.5 miles, sir. I know more than 4.5 miles.
Here we go, another American Eagle E-175. Getting a move on. Kind of odd. This United Express is going to come back here onto the American Eagle side of things. The sunglass wearing 757 getting a move on from New Pacific.
Thank you.
Next arrival is going to be Southwest Airlines. Coming in from Kansas City, this is Southwest 2024.
Departure by number
1 hour and 50 minutes of flight time for our 737-800. Also going to come in on this side. We have an American A321 headed to Charlotte. I'm going to stick with New Pacific though. We'll watch the arrival of Southwest, but I want to stay on this side of the airport here.
Clear to Southwest 2024.
Next arrival is going to be a Velo. That's going to be on 23 right. This one coming in from Punta Cana. VXP 631. 2 hours and 55 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. So that makes sense for it landing over here on 23 right.
Alright, we'll be on the lookout for Southwest 2024.
It's at Terminal 1 gate.
Back at 2704, US all clear, see ya.
don't know what the deal is with the ambulance and the fire truck still being here. They've been here for quite some time. Alright, let's check for our next arrival. Next arrival looks like it's going to be a Delta CRJ coming in from LaGuardia. It's a Delta connection operated by Endeavor Air. The 757 there, that's headed to Milwaukee. And we got a Sun Country coming in here in just 8 minutes, and it's going to be a Tide Pod. If you guys have been with the show long enough to know, you guys know I love the Tide Pods. I've also got another Frontier. This one is Parrish and Daisy the Burrowing Owl. Nice to see a plane that I've flown on making its way back to the airport. This one is Frontier 2440 coming in from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours and 55 minutes of flight time. That one's not going to arrive for another 10 minutes though. But it is good to see Parrish and Daisy again. We flew them from Orlando, if you guys remember, back in October. So it looks like we're going to have a Velo make its way around here to this corner gate. Got to use a customs gate. And somebody's getting ready for something. Can't see who's ringing the bells here. So the ambulance is on the way out, being escorted by ops. Well, that didn't sound good. I heard it. Well, the airport will be out here in a minute. Sound like we just had 2 cars crash. They hit each other down there? They crashed down there?
Really bad crash. There was a really bad car accident that just happened down there.
Alright guys, hold on a second.
I wish I got video of it happening, but
I heard it.
yeah.
Dang, spun that car completely around.
Yeah. I just heard it on.
Well, fire trucks will be out here in a minute. Yeah, it wasn't a drift there, Will. I don't know, but there is one in the drop-off section turned completely around. I saw a picture of it. He smashed into another car and spun him completely around. So we'll have the fire trucks rolling out here in just a minute as they go from one emergency to another. And what's funny is the fire truck is just pulling back up to the fire station down here. Little does he know, he's about to be called right back out here. So there we go, Southwest in this 737-700, getting a move on. And we got a Velo being towed somewhere.
Someone was going the wrong way down there. That's a
Oh, is that what it is?
someone's going the wrong way. Think of that.
That's weird. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Doing all the headquarter parts, sure, 753, yes,
Down there at first. Probably got to be one of the weirdest incidents I've ever seen. So I walked over to see what was going on. Yep, here come the fire trucks and stuff once again.
Here comes the ambulance.
Definitely one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. So our next arrival is going to be Frontier 2440 coming in from Denver, Colorado. And just a reminder, we got Sun Country coming in the Tide Pod.
Heading over to the parking lot. Direct Raleigh Tower, Saratoga 53.
Yeah, so Ramona would have missed it all, thank goodness. Because it's up far enough, and we leave far enough out when we leave here that it's not that big of a deal. So there they are. Here comes the fire trucks. No time to rest for those guys, huh? So it was the Jersey Devil hockey team there, Matt. So they came and dropped off the Jersey Devils. Now they're flying back to Milwaukee to do other things. I guess they'll pick up another team and charter them somewhere else. If you guys are wondering why Avelo's over here on T1 side, if you're just joining us, this one come in from Punta Cana. So this one is an international flight. They need to use the customs gate here. Next arrival is going to be Sun Country in the Tide Pod livery. If you guys don't know what the Tide Pod livery is, you guys are about to find out. This one coming in from Atlantic City, 55 minutes of flight time for this 737-800. That almost looked like a B. There we go, our bright orange, white, and blue plane from Sun Country. Again, coming in from Atlantic City. One of my favorite liveries, personally. Let's go back to Avelo. Gotta give Avelo a lot of love. We don't see Avelo a lot. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Alaska Airlines, Alaska 572, coming in from Seattle, 4 hours and 37 minutes of flight time for this 737-990. That one there on final. So here we go, Alaska Airlines coming from Seattle. Nice, Matt. Hopefully we'll be up here for it. If it's on a Saturday, I don't think we'll be here. Today's performance has not been very well. So we got Southwest and Breeze on the move. As we got Alaska and the 900 on the way in. Air Canada on the move. That's what we were hearing all the bells from, but it didn't look like it. So we'll see Air Canada here in a moment. Southwest getting a move on. I think that's our MAX 8. out. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways. It's going to be an American Eagle E175. Coming in from JFK, 1 hour and 7 minutes of flight time for that one. Followed by another one from Chicago O'Hare, Republic Airways 4460. Again, that one coming in from Chicago. Got breeze on the move too. That Southwest departure, that is Southwest 1335 headed back to Kansas City. And that was that 737 MAX 8. There's an American Eagle sliding in. Got Aeromexico, looked like they were up on a flight radar, so Aeromexico getting ready for their departure. Yep, they've pushed back. Yeah, Air Canada absolutely loves to make noise. Just like the E175s. But you can still hear Air Canada getting a move. I'm trying to get out of here. So it looks like we're going to have possibility of Air Canada and Aeromexico departing back to back. Got our SkyWest CRJ 550 on the move on the other side over there. Or 200, sorry, that's our 200. Our 550 left already. That was for United Airlines. That was a United Express CRJ 550. double E175 action. Southwest getting the move on too. Yeah, there was a pretty hardcore crash down here just below us. They're saying somebody was going the wrong way on the thing. I don't know what happened. Doesn't look good, let's put it that way. Definitely doesn't look good. I don't think anybody was hurt, by the way. So Air Canada in that CRJ 900 headed back to Toronto as we await Southwest. You guys saw we've got Aeromexico on the way out, getting ready to make their way back to Mexico City. We got a NextJet's arrival. 149 thing. 149 likes. Thank you, Molly, for that update. We're going to make it to 150 today. guys for smashing the like button. Will, I haven't eaten any yet. I haven't even opened the package yet. Might wait till a little later on in the day. Wait till I get home. There we go, Frontier 33D Racing, 33B Racing, sorry. There you go. This one headed back to Philadelphia. Hopefully we'll be able to get that that flashlight here in a minute as they come around from behind the terminal. We'll see. Got a flight attendant on board. Don't know that we'll be able to see it. Not sure if she's up front or if she's in the back. There they go. Look like they're going to go up the hill here. So if she is looking out the window, she should definitely be able to see us. I'm going to throw a hand up here so hopefully she can see us. So it looks like they're actually going to head to the penalty box and wait for a departure. All right, let's go to Aeromexico really fast. Aeromexico headed back to Mexico City. Nice early rotation for the E190. They went, so they went to the penalty box and they're sitting behind the tree right here, I think. They've definitely disappeared from my line of sight. So they're definitely going to be sitting back there waiting for their departure slot, it looks like. Velo still hanging out over here. We got some other movements. I hear somebody else moving. So we've got 3 owls here, by the way, Scott and Daisy. Or Parrish and Daisy on the other Frontier flight. Again, if you guys have been with me since October, you know that Parrish and Daisy was the plane that I took to or from Orlando back in October when I flew Frontier. So technically we got three owls hanging out here at the airport. Looks like our next arrival is going to be a Delta. Delta 1312 coming in from Orlando. This is an A320 at 200. Arriving about 1 minute. Michael Kent, good evening.
Yeah, because I mean, I was right here. I wasn't even looking at it. I just saw it at the back. Push the guardrail down on the outside and then slide into the car. So, like, they lost it.
Gotta put some of our equipment away here.
This would be me. I'd be like,
Alright, so here's our Delta from Orlando. Got about another hour and 29 minutes left in the show, or an hour and a half left in the shows, something like that. We're gonna wait on the 2 777s to leave, and then that's gonna be it for us today. No point in staying any later. Matter of, oh, here we go. More fire trucks. What is happening now? One of the ones for the airport, airfield side of things is heading out and down. I guess because the one is busy up here with the accident, they're going to send a different one out. Where did he go? There he is. It's been an action-packed day with the wee-woos, that's for sure. Looks like we got a United sitting out at the end of the runway waiting for departure. Yep, we've seen some really wild stuff here at the airport, that's for sure. Yeah, there's been a lot of it today, Matt Man. see, giving us all kinds of information there on our next arrival. That is Delta 1018. It's an A320 200. Matt Man gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Matt Man. Greatly appreciate that, as always. So they did go over here to the CRJ 100. Not sure what's going on over here. Congratulations to Mad Dog for receiving that that gifted membership from our buddy Matt Man. Something going on with my tripod today. I cannot make smooth actions at all today. It's like it's sticking or something. Make sure everything is set correctly here on the camera as well. Got a Southwest 737-800 on the move. Do have another arrival though. That's going to be United 1763 coming in from SFO. That's another 737-900. Not the MAX today, but still the 900. An old Continental bird. Nice. way the sunlight hit it, I don't think we could have even seen it if we tried. Kind of wish it was night now so we could actually see her flashlight. Thank you, 33B Racing. Glad we're able to cover this for you. I feel like ATC is stopped again. It says it's working, but I haven't heard it. Have you guys heard it? There it is. So Southwest 2164, that one getting a move on there, 23 left. That one's headed back to Las Vegas. Next arrival is Delta Connection, operated by Endeavor Air, 5150, coming in from JFK. Then, of course, going out to the end of the runway is Frontier 4844. Davis, the Mexican spotted owl, on board that A321-200. Our CRJ from JFK. Franco. Yeah, we got to get all of our Delta planes on the move for sure. Molly, I can say no. No chance no chance today. Looks like we got a Delta E175 LR getting ready to get a move on. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes left in today's show. Possibly. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Molly. But it is Saturday. I'm happy with 150. It's honestly more, 150 is honestly more than I expected for today. It's because we're not on our same schedule, so nobody's gonna think or pay attention because we're not on our same schedule. All right, here we go. Frontier headed back to Philadelphia after a brief stint in the penalty box. Dude, what is going on with this thing today? Having all kinds of issues with the tripod. travels back to Philadelphia. And we got a Delta 737 at the end of the runway, I believe, ready for departure as well. I believe this one's headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. It's not on flight radar, so I have no idea. We've got American from Miami in 6 minutes. A couple coming in from the west as well. You're very welcome, 33B. Glad we could be here for you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to all of you guys for tuning in and hanging out with us today. I know it's a rough one. It's Saturday. Everybody's busy. Got things to do. That fire truck is still hanging out over there at that E1 or CRJ 100. So that Delta departure, that is Delta 1550. That's headed to Atlanta, Georgia. That was that 737 at 9 GP once again. Got American Airlines 1769 coming in from Charlotte. Arriving in 13 minutes, but we do have American Airlines 1891 coming in from Miami. On a MAX 8. Interesting. Don't see too many American Airlines MAX 8s here at the airport. Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a decent day. Slow. Very slow. So again, if you guys are always wondering why we don't do Saturdays, just remember to watch this episode of the show and you'll know why we don't do Saturdays. But I wanted to make up for not being here tomorrow, so thank you to those of you who have watched today and have been here all day. I appreciate it. It's not a lot of action at the airport on Saturdays. Somebody's starting up. So the MAX 8 from Miami, 1 hour and 32 minutes of flight time, about an hour and 35 minutes by the time they touch down here in just 3 minutes. we got an ambulance rolling up on scene over here now. So many ambulances, so many fire trucks, so many things today. Man, so many different things happening today. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1769 from Charlotte. 28 minutes of flight time for this A321neo. Hey, Ramona's back. Good to see you made it back to the hotel. There goes another Frontier on the move. Sun Country's up on flight radar as well. And then it just went off. I think we've seen more emergency vehicles today than we have planes almost. To be honest. That American's still just a little ways out there. It's going to be followed by another American, followed by a United. We do have an American Eagle on pushback as well. There's our A321 from Charlotte. Yeah, I don't know if the so that plane was here for a long time, so I wonder if it was somebody showed up to that plane and then got sick, or what the deal is. Sorry, American, we see enough of you. Sun Country in the Tide Pod livery. Next arrival is going to be an American Eagle coming in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I think we're going to skip out on that. We're going to stay with Sunkist here, or Tide Pod, or whatever you want to call it. Sun Country. Next arrival, though, is going to be United, I think. United 1502 coming in from Matmanstown, coming in from Chicago O'Hare. 1 hour and 28 minutes of flight time for the 737-700 there. Do have a Frontier departure over here on 23 right. So we're going to switch out E175s over here. Alright, Frontier's on the move before Sun Country. Nice early rotation. Right into that left bank, leaving us just enough time to reach Sun Country. Sun Country on the move. Got another Southwest on the way out. Classic on the way out. This 717. Southwest looks like they're ready for departure already. Southwest going to do a turn and burn. So let's see. Sun Country's headed back to Atlantic City. Southwest is Southwest 2913. That's headed back to Phoenix, Arizona. Still wondering what's going on over here with this situation. Thank you, Greg. 172 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Got about an hour left in today's show. Actually, a little bit less than an hour now. Gonna wait for that. Wait for our 2 777s to leave, and then we're done for the day. We got a Delta CRJ on the move, or not a CRJ, a 717. I believe this one's headed back to Detroit. This will be our second one to and from Detroit today. We also had one from Minneapolis earlier in the day. Barry, good afternoon. Let's see, what are they loading onto this Avelo? So this one looks like another charter flight. So they're loading some other sports equipment on to the Avelo 737-700. Jonas, good evening. Now we have a CRJ on the move. Let's see where our 717's headed. That is headed back to Detroit. That's Delta 1407.
Sure, 1407.
There it is. That CRJ is headed back to Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan.
We're going to be full stop right there.
And that CRJ, again, that's going to be Endeavor 5310. Again, that's a CRJ 900LR headed to downtown DC. Don't have any more arrivals for another 15-20 minutes or so. I think around 16 minutes for our next arrival. Comes our CRJ. Looks like we got a United. Did they set up the TSA table? It doesn't look like it. Looks like, can't tell if it's set up behind that box truck or not. And that ambulance and fire truck are still over there at the CRJ 100. So lots of things to see over here in the general aviation side of things. Nothing to see over here at Terminal 1 at the moment. Again, we're waiting for the American 777 as well as the Air France 777. So that American Eagle,
Departure D at 4624.
Republic Airways 4624, that is headed to DCA as well. So the race back to DCA is on between Delta and American Eagle. I believe those two came in at pretty close to back earlier in the day. Let's see, where's our next arrival? Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2699 coming in from Minneapolis. That one going to be arriving in just 6 minutes. 1 hour and 51 minutes of flight time for the A319. So if you guys are wondering, we started today's show with 9:07. Let's see where we're at now. We're up to 9:15. So thank you guys. 8 new friends today. Greatly appreciate you guys hanging out. Liking what you're seeing, subscribing. Not too much longer left in this show. About 40 minutes left. It's not been an interesting content kind of day, and I apologize for that. I'm glad you guys are still enjoying the show nonetheless. So thank you guys. Oh boy, some of the some of the messages I receive. So funny. All right, so Delta 2699 turning right on final. That's going to be followed by Southwest 1544 from Tampa. That one's 15 minutes away, or we got Southwest 4550 from BWE. Sorry guys, this is a Saturday at the airport. Maybe we should have done Monday night instead of all day Saturday. Alright, we got a United A319 up and ready for departure. Yeah, I can't believe that ambulance and fire truck are still over there at that CRJ. And my camera skills today are just not on par. I don't know if I got the camera set too high. Alright, there we go, battery change. Our other battery died there. Speaking of something different, Lynn, here we go. We're going to move the John Deere tractor over to the other side to mow the grass. Working hard on a Saturday to mow the lawn. Man, I'd have my yard done in 2 minutes if I had a tractor that big. I don't even think a tractor that big would fit in my yard. You get like half a pull out of it, my yard would be mowed. So again, apologies, making that battery change. We are 5 hours and 9 minutes into today's show. So there we go, Daisy and Parrish. The other two owls, again, if you guys don't know, this is the flight that, or the plane that I flew to Orlando or from Orlando. I can't remember which now. Daisy and Parrish, the burrowing owls. Next arrival is going to be that Delta 2699 coming in from Minneapolis. Sven, good evening. Don't have another arrival for another 15 minutes or so. But we should have the pushback there of Air France and the American 777 sometime very, very soon. So that's exactly what we're waiting on now, is the pushback of those two. Daisy and Parrish on the move. There for Frontier Airlines. The burrowing owls. Alan Lee, good evening. American Eagle on the pushback. You guys heard the bells a moment ago. Since we got Southwest arriving from Tampa on a max 8, Southwest 1544. Arriving in 4 minutes, still on the downwind there. Come on, Air France and American. I really hope whatever's happening over there with that CRJ 100, everybody's all right. They've been over there an awfully long time. Almost, what would you guys say, about an hour? Almost? 45 minutes? Southwest turning left. Parrish and Daisy are headed back to Denver, Colorado as a flight Frontier 2225. That was an A320-200 Neo. So good to see the plane that I flew on it back in October once again. So our Southwest from Tampa is going to be followed by Southwest 4550 coming in from BWE on a 737-800. And there's the American 777 firing engines. Sounds like one of our two 777s finally getting to move on here. Right on time, 6 o'clock. So that means not too much longer left in this show. Means Air France should push any time now. I assume the car accident's cleaned up now, Molly. I don't know. I haven't walked over there to find out. More like a Saturday thing, Greg. I mean, it could be Easter as well, but definitely a Saturday thing. This is how it is typically on Saturdays. That's why we don't do Saturdays. We've gone out of our scheduling, so, you know, nobody knows we're here. And there's Alaska 572 in that 737-990. Getting ready to head back to, oh, I almost said Alaska, back to Seattle. We leave Alaska and we go for our Tampa flight from Southwest Airlines. It's going to be followed by the one from Baltimore, Maryland. I have to go through the tripod some point this week and make sure everything is still tight. I haven't done an actual check on the tripod, but it's definitely not happy with me today for some reason. Could be temperature related. It is 80 something degrees out here, 85 degrees. None of the equipment likes the heat. So again, that was Southwest from Tampa on that 737 MAX 8, Southwest 15 at 44. Next arrival is going to be Southwest 4550 coming in from Bewey, Baltimore, Maryland. And we've got a Velo pushing back down here. I don't know that a Velo is going to go anywhere. They didn't earlier. They just went up the hill. They got towed up the hill. Possibly this one is going to go back to Punta Cana. Man, words are difficult for me today. It's a Saturday thing. It has to be. I'm not refreshed. Saturday is my refreshment day. So I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on Sundays for you guys. So it looks like we're going to have quite a few departures here to end the day. For me today, words have definitely been difficult. And the American 777 is in fact pushed back over on the other side. Engines running. Getting ready for them to start moving here in a minute. Now if we could just get Air France to move, I'd like to see them two go out back to back. I'd like to see them two go out in rapid fire departures, back to back. There you go. Hopefully you guys can hear that 777 already. That's quite the distance away. I think if I hear it in my headset, you guys might be able to hear it. So again, this one coming in from Bewey. Seven on the move. Looks like a Velo is going to get a move on from this spot. So the startup of the 737 is going to mess up any of our 777 American sounds. AC again? Of course we did. Oh, it's because our Bluetooth disconnected a little while ago. That's what happened. So there we go. We should have ATC back. Our Bluetooth disconnected. There it is. Due to the battery change there. Alaska 572 headed back to Seattle, Washington on the move, and that's 737-990. Got an Avello speeding out over from Terminal 1 side.
Alright, so that's 23 left, 2 box off.
Yep, they are towing Avello, thank goodness. So safe travels to Alaska. As we see the American 777 coming from the D gates. Jeremy, good afternoon. I didn't think that one would go back out, but I had my doubts. Something's wrong with this train. So Avello and a 737-700 already getting a move on over on the other side. There's that Avello getting towed. That'll go up the hill here in a minute. Got an American Eagle E-175 on the move, ready for departure.
Travel 36, 36. Roger, thank you, Bucko.
So that's American 174 Heavy. And that 777-200 headed back to London Heathrow. Do we have a special sticker on this Southwest? We do, but I can't see it, so if you guys can see what that is. special there on the nose, under the pilot's window there.
Good evening.
Thank you, Alan Lee, for the £5 super chat. Alan Lee's headed to bed. Thank you, Alan, for hanging out. Enjoy your Easter tomorrow. Carolyn, good evening to you. Got an arrival. Oops, I locked the phone. When I was looking at ATC. I can't click on it now. Looks like an A321 from Charlotte. Seems like that's the only location we're getting the A321s right now, is from Charlotte. It's been all 737s lately. And we've got another Avelo, that charter flight, getting a move on. But you guys are here for the 777. Enjoy. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that departure there of American 174 Heavy, headed back to London Heathrow. Now we're just waiting on our last plane of the day. That Air France 777. Should be pushing here in about 4 minutes. 85 likes. Appreciate you guys leaving a like today. So thank you guys for smashing that like button. To be honest, I have no idea what's going on with the CRJ over there. They've been over there for about an hour now. A little over an hour. Here goes our special Southwest, our second one of the day. I'm not sure what sticker that is on the front of that one. There we go. We got a Velo out with some sports team, sports charter on board. This one right here. Moving all the heavy baggage stuff away from our Air France 777, the cargo handlers. So should be very soon the pushback of that one. So we got Delta Airlines on the end of the runway there. That is Delta 1275. That's about to head back to Tampa on an A320-200. To go back to Tampa. Finally, there she is, the last plane of the day. Enjoy the startup of those GEs. So Avella with that sports charter on board, they are headed back to Syracuse, New York. There, so just a little information for you on that one. So thank you guys for getting us to 200 likes. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you guys for tuning in. For all of you just joining us, this is the last plane of the show. So we watch our 777 make its way out. Thank you guys for all the support today. 11 gifted memberships today. A couple of super chats as well. So thank you guys for the support. I apologize for the lack of traffic. Again, this is why we do not do Saturdays. So if you guys are ever wondering why we're not here on Saturday, this is exactly why. A very slow day. But I did it because I want to enjoy Easter tomorrow, as I'm sure many of you will do as well. I hope all of you guys have a wonderful Easter tomorrow. Thank you to my moderators for moderating the show today, hanging out with us all day. Just a huge thank you to each and every one of you who did come and hang out and stick it out with us on kind of a slow afternoon here. Got that Delta coming in. Got several arrivals. That's Delta 689 from LAX. 4 hours and 15 minutes of flight time for that 737-900. So it looks like we might get a whole host of arrivals here. Possibly before the departure of Air France. Unless Air France just decides to go for it. See what happens here. I am Daniel. I've been out here all day. It's been a slow day. Alright, enjoy the 777 departure, you guys. Again, a huge thank you to you guys for hanging out. Greatly appreciate it. Alright guys, that's it. Have a happy and wonderful Easter. Again, thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you to my mods. And thank you guys for the gifted memberships as well as the super chats. Have a absolute wonderful Easter tomorrow. Again, have a Have fun with the kiddos, Easter egg hunts, whatever you may be doing tomorrow. We will see you guys on Wednesday. We should be back. Thank you guys. Good night.